Hello. Hey, everybody. I don't know if anybody's already there, but welcome to the weekend. It has finally started. I'm also happy because I was kind of worried that my doctor was going to call me in the middle of these sprints, but he called like 6 minutes ago. So he must have known that I had like something to do at 7 o'clock because all day I was like, what if he's going to call right in the beginning of my sprints? But so no disturbances. We can just focus on you guys and on reading for the rest of tonight. So, I don't see any comments coming in yet, so I don't know if anybody's here yet, but I don't know what I'm going to be starting off with. I guess I could start off with the daily chapter of my advent calendar book, so A Heart for Christmas, because I will be halfway through it by the end of today. And I was kind of curious to see this chapter because it kind of ends in a way that makes me want to dive into this next chapter. So I'll probably start with that one, right? Hello, Daniela. How are you doing? Hello. Why am I blanking on your name? Just because you have the difference, Larissa. Just because you have a different name there. Of course, I forgot about Sprint and started the movie. You can definitely watch movie. Hello, Tufty. Is the final Sprint banner on? Wait. Banners. It's not on, right? Or it shouldn't be. It's off here. Hello, Ruff. But so yeah, let me know if I've got like a final sprint banner on, because then I'll remove it. So far, champagne problems is hilarious. I really like champagne problems, but like ah, wait, sorry, it was on before you took comments. Indeed, there it is. Bye bye. So my brother-in-law informed me that Champagne Problems was like a decent Christmas movie. He was like, this is one of the better Christmas movies. So, because of course, within Christmas movies, you have many, many bad examples of Christmas movies. So when I watched it, I was also indeed pleasantly surprised because I also think I watched it after I watched a horrible one, which is like the Merry Little Xmas or something like that, which I had such high expectations for because it's with Alicia Silverstone and Joan Melissa Hart. Is that her name? So I was really like, come on, I am so I was so happy to see these ladies back to like big roles. I mean, of course, a Christmas movie is not a big role, but just to see them back on the movie screen. And unfortunately, I really despise that movie. But Champagne Problems is really nice. And what I really also enjoy about it is that it includes French. I think it's like the most surprising thing for me is the fact that they actually speak French within this movie. When I'm like, oh yeah, okay, expect all these Christmas movies to just be like fully English, like an American going to Paris for her work, then everybody would all of a sudden be speaking like English. And I love the fact that we do have the inclusion of French within this movie. Everything with champagne is a problem. I mean, not everything, but I'm not actually a fan of champagne. I'm a fan of like cava, for example, and prosecco. But champagne for me has too high of a bubble rate. I'm going to listen to Stitches and Witches while doing dishes. I also want to be up to date with the Advent book and finish Love in the Time of Serial Killers. Nice. So he opens talking about whether to do spoiler-free for classic books, but I'm actually glad he's spoiler-free since I don't know the story and want to play the game. Wait, I feel like I've missed a comment here. Did you mention it, or is this about the game that you're like doing that you mentioned in Discord? Because I'm missing some context here. I need to check the game as the book. I hadn't realized there was a connection from old book to recent video game. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the context is for this. I looked up 0 things about the movie, so now I'm like, at everything at the beginning. Yeah. I mean, I also didn't really know too much about the movie going into it, except for the fact that I actually already went in with it with decent expectations. I'm not a big fan of champagne. I'm just here for the problems. Well, that's a vibe. But so yeah, as indicated, I think I'm going to start with my Advent book. It's probably the most reasonable thing to do. And then I think today I want to finish my audiobook. Which is the, like, what was it, Mistletoe and Mayhem at the Little Shopping Mall, which is, by the way, a way too long title because every time I have to think about it for like 10 minutes. But I think I'm going to be finishing that one tonight, so then I will have one less going on at the moment, and then I can fully focus my audiobook time on The Loneliness of Sonia and Sunny, because this is like a massive audiobook that I'm currently not really making much progress in because I'm just listening to it occasionally in the evenings, whereas the other one is like my commute audiobook. And so I'd love to switch that into the commute audiobook slot, even though I only have like 1 week left of going to the office, so 4 days of commute left. So it's not like it's going to be finished during that time, but it will definitely already help a little bit. I had 3 comments. One introduced the context. It must have been omitted by the YouTube gods. Damn you, YouTube gods. Yeah, I really don't see the original content, the original comments, which is sad. I'm reading Michael Steinberger's The Philosopher in the Valley, Alex Carp, Palantir, and the Rise of the Surveillance State, because I love cozy upbeat stories. Yes, that screams you, cozy upbeat stories. And I'm afraid that when I see the word Palantir, I can only think of Lord of the Rings and my man, Viggo Mortensen. Yes, that is canon. He is my man. But so, I think we can go into a first little sprint. I'm going to be keeping the schedule tight, as always. So 45 minutes sprinting, and then this chatty bit can run a little bit longer than the 5 minutes and that the Pomodoro timer will like suggest. But we'll keep um, the sprint to 45 minutes. Sorry, same text above. Yeah, there must be some word in your comment, Tufty, that YouTube is marking as inappropriate. It might be only inappropriate in a completely different context than the way that you're using it, but I'm assuming that that is the reason why it's not appearing to me, is that there must be something in that comment that YouTube is like, cannot use. But so share it on Discord otherwise, and then I'll see it over there. Or find a way to formulate it if you can figure out what the actual word is that is probably blocking your comments. But so let's go into the first sprint. See you guys in 45. Hello. Let me see, because Raf made a good suggestion there. However, I don't actually have a setting for my comments here. I don't think so. Why do I have a question mark symbol next to your comments? It's weird. Uh, do I have settings for my chat somewhere here? I feel like they used to be, but I've also never had to touch them. Because yeah, Rafa's suggesting that maybe I like switched it to newest first, but I didn't switch anything, and I don't see where that option is. Hello, Kitty. Late, but I am here. Rewatching the beginning. Enjoy. Hello, Ron. I'm gonna read my Avatars Inc. Atom story now. This one is Uma by Ken Liu. Nice. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm just quickly saying hi. Hey, Charlotte. Going back to my Baking with the Errors tour, the final show movie on. Enjoy. Send some cookies my way. Almost an hour in. Okay, nice. Don't remember how long this movie is, but mostly it's going to be like an hour and a half, right, for a movie like that. I think my one criticism of it would be that the Spanish guy is like the one that is like an American as well. Like, I don't know whether he was supposed to just be an American guy with Spanish roots, but I was like, but you're going to the effort of having like real French people who can speak French. I don't know whether the German guy is real German, because he's definitely playing a very stereotypical German character with a stereotypical German accent. But then why wouldn't you go all the way and have a Spanish character that is like has an actual Spanish accent? I'm working on finishing a little bonus travel vlog to upload tomorrow. Nice. I have finished watching the band thing that I cannot mention. Okay, I've been watching a chili eating video, which I've been tooting about on the socials for reasons. Ooh, chili eating contests. Chili eating video. Okay, is it like you? Because you also have like that. I don't know what it is called, but it's like these celebrities that eat like hot wings, and then they're like interviewed. I've watched like maybe one or two of those, but this is like pure chilies, because that can get exciting, I guess. Closest I'm getting to Leuven this weekend with my cookies is Asse. Always welcome to stop by and pick some up. The gay and German stereotypes are insane. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fun thing about the German stereotypes is that you do find out about like the Krampus thing, which is fun, I guess. But aside from that, it's of course super stereotypical. And yeah, indeed, I think he plays just like a stereotype of a gay person. But I mean, I'm sure you can find some gay Spanish actors who can play it, or just a Spanish actor who can do a serious a gay like Spanish gay guy, because yeah, this is very American gay guy, and I thought that just was a bit weird, considering how well they like how the most of the like considering the fact that they have French in there. I was like, there was too much budget that had to go into like the subtitling of the French or what. You couldn't hire somebody who actually is Spanish. I'll also be wandering around with them in Bruges. Yeah, that's also so out of the way. I shall post the details and the reasons to which I hint on the Discord. Nice. Love watching these pure chili eating contests. Videos, not contest. Every time I hear chili eating contest, I automatically think Tim Simpsons. Oh, do they have an episode like that? I gotta admit that, like, I've seen Simpsons, of course, but I feel like I've only really seen probably like the first season, and probably I've mainly seen sort of like random episodes here or there. I don't think I ever fully like followed it. If I followed it, it will have just been like the first season or something like that. So yeah, I do enjoy it, but yeah, it's also like something easy to follow without having seen everything, so that I've just seen like a very random selection of episodes. Yeah, we are not going to immediately jump into sprints, so let's chat a little bit longer. I am going to watch the final episode of a 13 episodes TV show tonight. I have a clutch of discussion podcasts that I listen to after each episode, so it takes a while to fully consume. Yeah, I mean, 13 episode TV show. It's the final episode only. Okay. So you have to watch that, or and then a podcast for that episode, or a podcast for multiple episodes. Also, of course, they make fun of food intolerance or say it's the saddest thing in the world. The thing that annoys me the most about that is that she's lactose intolerant, so she can take a pill and eat cheese, you know? So if they would have just mentioned something like, oh, I didn't bring my lactate pills with me. So that would have made sense, but now it's like, oh no, a lactose intolerant person, you can never in your life eat cheese. I mean, she's not allergic to it. People who are allergic to like the, what is it, the, yeah, I cannot even think of it in Dutch at the moment. But there are people who, of course, cannot have milk at all because they're allergic to it. But when you're intolerant, you could still do it. So, I mean, they're making it sound as if like you cannot be lactose intolerant and enjoy France. So it's just like, yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there are quite a fair few people who have a much higher level of lactose intolerance who probably would never like risk it, but still. Do not accept Krampus as a German thing. Is it not? Okay, my apologies. It's an Austrian thing. Okay, and I'm also not entirely sure whether he was supposed to be German or Austrian. I don't actually remember whether we find out about that. My memory just goes based off of the accent. Sorry. The chili eating episode is pretty old. It also has a Momo joke in it. Okay, nice. Yeah, she could, but also sometimes the pills don't work perfectly. Yeah, definitely. And I understand that it's probably like too much explanation to give in a movie, but I was just like the annoyed with the end all be all of like, oh, she's lactose intolerant. Oh my god, cheese. She can never enjoy cheese in her life. Casein, is that like the thing that they are allergic to? Because then it in no way resembles the Dutch word for it. I don't think so, or the way that I've heard talk about it so far. Um, I watch one episode of my Telebox show, then listen to all of my subscribed podcast channels for that specific episode. 3 or 4 shows at 1 to 2 hours each. Only then do I continue to watch the next TV episode. Yeah, I mean, that's making it very challenging for yourself. So, like, the TV show will be like 40 minutes, maybe an hour if it's like a long one, and then you're watching like 8 hours of podcast about it. I mean, that definitely stretches the entertainment. I mean, Germans have Knecht Ruprecht for scaring and scarring kids during the winter holidays. Okay, never heard of him. I have to ask my German colleague about him. Hello, Judith. How are you? Austrians start world wars and Germans finish them. That's how you tell us apart. Okay. I also just watched that movie today. Wasn't a big fan of it. I did like the dog. You didn't like it? I did like Champagne Problems. I think it's one of the better in its genre. Like, I mean, I wouldn't call it an absolute masterpiece, but the genre has certain levels, and I feel like they're typically quite low unless we're looking at like the real top-notch ones. The While You Are Sleeping, You've Got Mail, Sleepless in Seattle. I'll keep on repeating these. These are the gold standards when it comes to Christmas movies. My colleague actually sent me a text message the other day in which he had like a still image from a movie, and I was like, "Oh, you're watching You've Got Mail." I'm so excited when people watch it, even though I'm pretty sure he had already watched it. It's my German colleague who hadn't watched it yet. I think she's now seen Sleepless in Seattle. She still needs to see You've Got Mail. But so, let's go. Yes. Yay! You've Got Mail is so good. It is probably my favorite comfort movie of all times. The only thing my brains go to for champagne Champagne. Why does this now sound so weird in English? Champagne Problems is a Taylor Swift song. Yeah, I'm not a Swiftie myself, so I don't. Maybe I've heard it one day. A lot of great Christmas movies are deeply problematic, and I still like them, like Love Actually. Yeah, I mean, Love Actually has okay moments in it. It's just when you're doing so many different stories, then unfortunately, considering the time period of that movie, you're gonna have quite a fair few of them age. But there are some that I like, and the ones that I like are like the depressing ones, I guess. It's like Emma Thompson and the breakup, and then the what is the name of this actress? Laura Linney, right? Who's taking care of her brother and never takes the time to prioritize herself. That I liked. Knecht Ruprecht is the enforcer and debt collector for Saint Nicholas. He beats up the bad kids, breaks kneecaps, that kind of thing. Wow, and we thought our Black Pete was bad because yeah, he puts you in the bag when you have been naughty, but breaking your kneecaps, yeah, that's a different level. The doggy and the way the main character is cute is saving it. I gotta say that the doggy for me was like the least favorite thing about this movie, which I guess tells you that I'm definitely a cat person. Our Christmas party on Wednesday had a pub quiz thing with a Love Actually question, and I messed it up because it was in German and I messed up the German title. Oh no. Yeah, I also always hate that when they do stuff like that, and I'm like, wait, but I only know these things in like when it comes to book titles. And I'm like, but I know the English book title. I don't know what it was translated to in Dutch. The professor, the professing your love to your bestie's wife while he's right there always gets me. Yeah, definitely. I definitely think that scene is definitely seen differently nowadays. Like a lot of people, I don't even think that we were really supposed to root for it. I thought it was just like a sort of I already thought it was like problematic in the sense of like him needing to share that. You know, I guess he wanted to somehow make things less awkward, but I'm not really entirely sure that this is making things less awkward at all. I do like that at the end, then he's like still hanging around and it's still super awkward between the three of them. We call him Kettenruprecht because he rattles chains as well. A real stand-up guy. Hello, just made it. How are you? Good, good, good. Starting the weekend finally. So yeah, I am definitely now. I'm holding this like random needle in my hand just to give Faith her medication. But yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm happy that the weekend has started, and I think it's finally time this weekend for me to get my glühwein. I mean, I got some last weekend in like a store, but the Christmas market is open now. I was promised glühwein on Thursday, but in the end, we didn't go. I mean, we did go for a very short stroll on the Christmas market, but so we had lunch with my team from the office, but the lunch lasted really long. Because they had multiple groups in the restaurant. So it was like almost 3 o'clock by the time that we left the restaurant. And so as a consequence, we didn't like go for glühwein anymore because we just returned to the office because we had been gone for like 3.5 hours at that point in time. So I still want my glühwein from the Christmas market and my smartebolle. I mean, I can have smartebolle way longer, but still. I don't know why St. Nicholas is like a mafia boss in my mind. Well, he sounds like it this way when he has minions like that. In Czech, it's called Heavenly Love. See, well, with movies, we don't have this issue as much because with movies, we don't tend to translate the title in Dutch. So on a DVD, like the Dutch title would just be the normal one, and like the French, they will translate it. But the Flemish side of things, we don't tend to translate titles all that well, which is weird, which is like a weird combination because then you have like like your entire movie is subtitled in Dutch. You probably also have a subtitle, maybe even for the title in Dutch. I'm not even sure actually, but I don't even think we do that. But then, like, you have this English title, but the rest of the movie you're subtitling because people need to be able to follow it. So it is a little bit of a weird combination. And the most annoying thing, to some extent, is that that also happens with books. And so that I always need to make sure that it is actually the Dutch edition before buying, the English edition, I mean, before buying, because sometimes it'll have an English title, but will actually be the Dutch translation of the book. So for quizzes, this is nice, but otherwise, this is very confusing. Confusing. Glühwein, yay! Yeah, how was your glühwein? Did they enjoy it? Gonna make a fresh batch on Sunday with my friends. Nice. We had Christmas market at work today. Yay! Just flammekuchen, mash and meatballs, pancakes, and all the hot drinks. Yeah, on Tuesday we will. Oh, I have to know whether you know what I mean, what this is. So when I joined this company, we started I was introduced to a yearly tradition, which is typical of Belgium, and I had never heard of, which is the koeknoe in French or Jezus in Dutch. So it's like a pastry in the shape of baby Jesus. I have never in my life seen this before joining this company. So the first time that I heard about it and it was sold to me as like this typical Belgian thing, I was like, typical Belgian? I have never in my life seen this. But so that we will have on Tuesday, and then my Italian colleague is normally going to be bringing a Pandoro and a panettone. My German colleague is going to bring non-alcoholic glühwein, and now I'm starting to feel that maybe I should also bring something. But normally we don't really bring something. This is just that this came around. For no particular reason. Germans will even come up with new English titles that the Dutch do that as well. The Dutch, the Flemish, I don't know who's responsible for this. To be fair, the market is mainly Dutch, so it's probably the Dutch. But that is indeed the weirdest thing when you give it another English title than the original English title. Then why are you not translating it? And that's why I always bought a book in German several times. Almost bought a book in German several times. Such a trap. Czech publishers. Jesus, my pronunciation today. Czech publishers would never. They will even translate names of the characters sometimes. Yeah, I mean, that happens in Dutch as well. I think less and less. It happens a lot in children's literature. And, I did a year of translation, and then we also did like a class on literature, and that's definitely like one of the choices you have to make as a translator, is whether you're going to translate the names or not. And when it comes to something like, easiest example I can give there being Harry Potter, it's like if the names have a certain sort of like meaning, if there's like a play on a certain word, then you can choose to translate it, because then the choosing of the names in the original language was sort of like playful, and so it can be interesting to translate. And I'm sure that in the past this was happening a lot more as well when it came to the certain versions of name, like you have Henry in English, which would be Hendrik, in Dutch. And definitely when it comes to like royalty, you have that, because in the history we of course learn about like Hendrik the Achtste instead of Henry the Eighth and stuff like that. So they do it for those types of things, but I definitely think that they're stepping away from like automatically translating to the Dutch version of an English name. My glühwein is always perfect. Of course it is. I might have some glühwein tomorrow at the Dresden markets. Nice, you're going to Germany? You you ate Jesus? Yes, I have eaten Jesus every single year since joining this company. I have no idea what that is, and I've lived in four provinces. Must be something from Limburg. I was assuming it was something from Antwerp. They have a lot of these sort of like very specific traditions, but yeah, maybe it is from Limburg then. A pastry in the shape of Jesus when the communion host just is not enough for you and your salvation. Exactly. Poor guy just can't catch a break. Exactly. You start one cannibal death cult, and that's what you get as a reward. Exactly. You reap what you saw. What you sow is what I'm going to say to that. But I'm caught up. Almost. I didn't even know Three Kings Pie was a thing. Yeah, I mean, I knew about the concept behind it, but I've never had this in my life neither. But then explains Cleo cannibalism fascination. I mean, my cannibal fascination did potentially start around that time period, so there is a good thought process going on here. West Flemish, okay, yeah, well, we don't understand them, so we definitely don't understand their customs. But so, going into another 45-minute sprint, okay? See you guys in 45. Hello. So I have finished Mistletoe and Mayhem at the little shopping mall, which was okay. I think it had like the most ridiculous takedown at the end, where I was really like, "What? Am I supposed to suspend my disbelief this much?" But okay, I guess I was. This was like the weirdest experience in reading a book as well, because for the longest time, I was so uncertain about whether this was actually a proper love interest or whether he was going to turn out to be like the villain of the book. And like 60% in, I was like, probably he really is the love interest, because it would be a bit late to start kind of turn this experience around. But it's still, to some extent, I still kept on feeling like there was gonna be like this plot twist in which it turned out that he wasn't who he said he was. And then the way in which there's sort of like a detective, let's say, element to this book, and the way that just wrapped up was just so ridiculous to some extent. It was like just such a lazy, in my opinion, way of like figuring out how to resolve this. I mean, it wasn't fully lazy, like it's kind of tied in with like one of the traits of the character, but still it was like, please, in this situation, which villain would do this? Just like the villain monologue bringing the guy down. But I guess I cannot expect too much from a Christmassy book. But that means that I have finished another prompt. So I have now finished the mistletoe prompts. So we're currently working on the bell prompts, because that is the loneliness of Sonia and Sunny. And that means that we can spin again. Stocking. Uh, Good question. What is the what is the stocking prompts explanation? Probably something that you already own or something like that, right? Read it on info. Stocking. No, a short book. Oh, ideal, ideal. So I should be looking for something short. Or something with a stocking on the cover. I don't think that for stocking I really had something that I was like super interested in. Should look at the one that I actually wanted to use for Belle, but I think that for that one I need to wait for the candle one to appear for me to be able to use it again. But so we were here. I remember Jesus bread, and it had like a little sugar Jesus in its hand. Grow up in Flemish Brabant. I know the little Jesus that you mean. Like, I've definitely eaten the little sugar Jesus, and the little sugar Jesus is delicious because it's just pure sugar. But I just don't remember it coming with a bread attached to it, or maybe I just never had an interest in the bread, and that's why I cannot remember this bread. Because I have a Czech colleague who told me like, yeah, you have that bread here in Leuven. And I was like, yeah, I'm sure that they make it, but I just never had it. And I don't, like, I never hear any of my friends talk about this bread when they're talking about this period of time, for example. But maybe it is a thing. Finish My Story was a good one. Stretch the concept of remote avatars further than anyone in the anthology has so far. Is it an anthology that's like dealing with the same concept over and over again? You have perhaps explained this. Um, like the one that I want to read for the r/fantasy bingo one is all about like kings, but I'm not entirely sure whether it's like a more close link, because you also have like the assassins anthology that I kind of want to try out one day. Finished my bonus travel vlog, and now back to Wish You Were Here, which is an experience. That's the Jodie Becool book, right? Because I saw your comments, and actually I've never been interested in reading any Jodie Becool, and I have also not watched a movie version, or I don't think I've watched a movie version of one of her books. But like recently, um over on Instagram, I saw like a part of her movie that is like My Sister's Keeper, which in my Jesus, was that already 5 minutes? Which in principle is a interesting concept because My Sister's Keeper is basically about this child who was basically made in order to medically help out her sister who has an illness. I'm not entirely sure what illness she has, but basically, she is created to be like a perfect match for her sister so that she can like donate materials to her. I'm not entirely sure what it is that she's donating, but these procedures are very heavy for her, and she very much suffers from it. And she wants to sue her parents in order to get like medical emancipation. And I think that that concept is really interesting. But I've never seen that movie, but then I saw the comments below that clip. They were spoiling the ending of the movie, but they were particularly also spoiling the ending of the book, which sucks. So when I found that out, and when I then saw your comments, I was like, oh right, Jodie Becool is we will not trust her, and I will not be reading a book by her. Listened to Stitches and Witches while doing dishes, and caught up with my Advent book. Only goal left is finishing my library book. Nice. I realized that today is like the start of the 12 days of Christmas, right? Because then I can dive into my final Advent calendar, which is the 12-day one. Was doing some prep for tomorrow and will continue to do so, so I might need to finish the movie some other time. Ooh. And then hopefully close my eyes early enough because alarm is at 5:15. Oh, that's painfully early. Oh, I just finished talking today. Not the Jodie Becool book then. Playing my spooky alien invasion game Somerville this past segment. It is atmospheric as fuck. I will have Sugar Hansel and Gretel with plus which with my green gingerbread house after Christmas. I want to build it next weekend. Nice. I read my daily story from the Advent of Winter earlier, doing my main reading in bed later. How are you enjoying that collection? Because I do definitely think that I like took note of that when it's like was a Kickstarter, I think, right? Because of the cover. I think the cover looks gorgeous. Yes, it's all stories about using remote robots, envisioning how they might be used in the future. Okay. I do like that when they do like a collection that's like really specifically about a specific theme. Like, of course, most collections will have something in common with one another, but I like it when it's really like a concept like that. I just realized that weeks ago I saved some points of interest in Dresden, but now I actually forgot to prepare some sort of actual itinerary. So I hope past me was thorough enough. Yeah, like you can still kind of make an itinerary, I guess, but it's also sometimes nice to just kind of like wander around and like get the atmosphere of the city that way by just like going random places. The Advent of Winter was indeed a Kickstarter from a couple of years ago. The paperback came out last year, but I only remember to read it correctly this year. Yeah. Gotta follow the correct Advent schedule. So yeah, I've definitely been enjoying my Advent book, I gotta say. And I didn't realize it ahead of time that this is actually originally in French, which I also think is fun to see that gets translated so widely. I mean, I think it definitely has to do with the fact that it is an Advent book, but I've been enjoying it so far. You know, the only issue was that I sometimes get it confused with my other Christmassy read just because of the fact that the two are so Christmas oriented. Some of the short stories in there are absolute bangers. Some appear to be side stories from existing series, so I want to read those fuller tales now. Yeah, getting you to experience the author and to see which ones you want to dive in further. That's like the perfect use for a short story collection. The Advent of Winter really needs the stories numbered 1 through 24. I keep having to count them off in the index at the front each day to check I'm on the right one. Yeah, that could have helped out. Exactly. Smaller cities are good for random wandering compared to, let's say, London. Yeah, exactly. Like with London, you could do it, of course, but you'll just be seeing like one side of London compared to what you can do in a whole day if you were to like fully plan it out. I mean, I don't, but I also go to London every year, so I actually know the city so well at this point in time. I don't. I might have to do it for this trip because I want to do so many Christmas markets. I should definitely at least make sure that I know which other Christmas markets will still be open when I'm going. If Dresden is small, where do I live? Exactly. Hello, how are you doing? Oddly enough, one of the Advent of Winter stories that I thought was a banger was by an author whose book I previously DNF'd. Yeah, I mean, that definitely happens. I think the life is too short to like make sure you give every single author a second chance, but definitely I wouldn't be surprised if there are certain books by like by authors that I've DNF'd that are so different from the book that I've DNF'd that I would actually enjoy it, or that there's just like something specific about the particular book that I didn't enjoy that made me not enjoy it. Whereas another book by them, which might even be quite close in terms of genre and concepts, just will have another twist to it that will make it enjoyable. The only thing is that, like, sure, I'm always up for giving another author a second chance, but it's also like not going to be a high priority because there's so many books that I still want to read. So unless it's gonna be like a concept that really interests me by an author that I've previously had a bad experience with, the likelihood is that I'll probably not really prioritize another book by an author that I haven't enjoyed. You know London better than I do since I avoid the place. Yeah, I love London, so yeah. I definitely wouldn't say that I'm a local or that I know it super, super well, but for a tourist, I know it quite well. I'll only have 6 hours there. Yeah. Gotta scram, hurry, walk around. Or, I was watching a vlog recently by some guy, and he always takes, like, the rental bikes so that he can kind of explore more of the city and kind of explore outside of the city as well. So that could be an option. Lately, Prague feels small, small, and I'm longing for London. Yeah. I get to London vicariously through food shows, either on TV or YouTube. I like watching restaurant visits to see all of the fancy places that I'd like to visit but never will. Wish I could hook you up with my great uncle. He's best at giving Dresden tours. Nice. But okay, I am caught up to the chat, so let us go into a sprint. I will either listen to my book or I'll spend the entire sprint looking for a short book that I want to experience. But so yeah, let's go for another sprint. Let me just check. Yeah, I will do one final sprint after that, so no need to put the final sprint text on yet. Hello. We are back. So I think I know what I want my stocking book to be. There are actually two options. There is something cooking related or baking related that I have included on my graph for the stocking. So I don't really remember the title of it, but I do have access to the audiobook via Storytel. So that would be one option for me to do. But what I actually want to do is I would like to read The Employees by Olga Raven. Um, because this is a book that has been on my one to read for a long time. Don't know what it is about. I used to know, but a new book by Olga Raven is going to come out, at least in Dutch, in 2026. I have seen publicity for it in Dutch. I have not seen publicity for it in English. Not sure whether that's is just the algorithm or whether it's just coming out earlier in Dutch than in English. But so I kind of want to give The Employees a go now. I know a lot of people love this book, and also a lot of people who don't necessarily tend to read a ton of literary fiction really love this book. So yeah, I'm interested to give that one a go. And so that is like some 170 pages or something like that. So perfect for this particular prompt. So probably what I'll be reading for that. But so I listened to The Loneliness of Sonia and Sunny during the sprint, rather than starting that. And where was I? Somewhere here. Aha. Okay, Dresden actually has 500,000 people, so not that small, but the center seems compact enough. Although I want to explore one other neighborhood. Nice. Ah, you will have already been gone, but thank you for being here. I will be writing an events email for my organization. The events are fun, the logistics are not fun. This is, in case you're hearing that, that is Fate going on a toilet break. And because I moved this toilets today, because my neighbor has some smell issues and we want to see if it's potentially coming from the litter box being in the pantry. I've now moved it and now apparently it makes a lot of noise when she's using it. Hello, just got back from work. Now to read a chapter of yesterday and today for the advent book. You've got this, Denise. You can catch up. Now I'm reading Eat the Ones You Love. Still no cannibalism? Read a little further, then did the dishes with my new audiobook, Christmas Ever After by Michelle Stimson. Hey, keep on going with the Christmas vibes. Read one chapter, then got distracted. Okay. My brain is a bit off today. In Wish You Were Here, it talked about boobies, and it took me a while to remember those are birds. Okay, that would have also totally taken me forever. Now in the audiobook it says boots, but my brain totally heard boobs. I have this reading wise. Like, I think I always kind of hear more or less the correct thing, but my brain just like reads totally different things than what it actually says there. And I've completely like forgotten what it was, but there um yeah, no, it wasn't even like that. It turned it into something like blue or anything like that. But it said like maintain, and then something like maintain R whatever, and my brain just saw that and was like mountain air whatever, and I was like what? Because this was like in the, like the program SAP that we use to like enter orders and stuff like that. So I was like, what? Why is there a section about mountain air? And then I looked it over again. It's like there's nowhere does it mention mountain air. And this is something my brain does very frequently, is just like glance over a word and make something completely different out of it. And I know that there's this sort of like logic that if like the first and last letter are the same, that your brain just kind of like automatically like recognizes a word, but my brain just really short circuits on that a lot of the time. I passed the 300 page mark, 34 to go. Nice. Turns out the thing doing the eating is not a human. Oh, okay. Not actual cannibalism. You would think that, but I instead started on the Switch. So I've not read anything yet. Come on, Denise, you've got this. You can catch up to the Advent Calendar book. It's all, then you can read everybody's comments and, like experience it in the moment with everybody else. Come on, come on. I am going to do one final sprint, so that will give you the opportunity to catch up to the Advent Calendar book. But I'm also up to date, so let's just go into that final sprint straight away. So let's speak again in 45. Hello! We are wrapping things up. So I listened to some more of The Loneliness of Sonia and Sunny. So I'm now a fifth of the way into that. Um, and I put up a poll on my Discord as well, so go ahead and vote over there if you want to. So this is for the short book. So basically, you can vote between The Employees by Olga Ravin, which I talked about previous sprint, and The Penguin Lessons by Tom Mitchell, because I realized that the movie for this is coming out and I want to go and watch that movie by the end of the month, so it would be nice to read this book before I actually watch the movie. So with that in mind, I entered it as one of the two options. I am fine either way, so we'll see what you guys have me read. So, before the sprinting session, we had Kitty getting ready for bed, reading a bit more. Now I'm almost annoyed that I will need another spin to be out to finish the book. Well, maybe you'll get this spin right away. However, the spinner wheel seems to always choose what you don't want, right? Almost finished with this portion of Wish You Were Here, so tomorrow we go back to the fairy tales. Yay! Finished my book, cute little romance. That was all my reading goals achieved. Nice! Great progress tonight. You did really, really well. I watched the final episode of my Telebox show. The Blu-ray for the second series came out recently. I had only the faintest recollection of the show, and I remembered virtually nothing. I was kind of looking to see if maybe Murderbot was already out on Blu-ray, but I didn't really seem to see it because I kind of want to get those because I like subscribe to Apple TV to be able to watch it at that point in time. But yeah, I'm not keeping my Apple TV subscription, so if I ever want to rewatch it, I will have to do so in a different way. So I might want to get the DVDs. But it ended on a season cliffhanger, so now I have to wait a year for the third season set on Blu-ray. Okay, but then you get to rewatch it all again in order to be able to catch up again, so that's also fun. Just finished all of the baking and cleanup. Nice. I now have brownies, chocolate chip cookies, and Oreos ready to go. That is lovely. Lots of great sci-fi stuff on Apple TV. Yeah, but I just never was watching it. You know, it's kind of the same with like my Netflix subscription and definitely my Prime Video subscription, because the Prime Video is so cheap and my niece does use it, so I just keep on having it, even though I don't tend to really watch it very often. And with Netflix, you know, I occasionally watch stuff on it, but to be fair, I just watch so much YouTube that there's almost never time for Netflix. And whenever I want to sit down to watch something on Netflix, I feel like I'm always just like looking for something that I've already watched to see if it's on Netflix versus actually watching something that is on my sort of like what is it, my list it's called on Netflix, right? So exactly, there should be baking pictures on my Discord, right, Charlotte? You should put them. Indeed, that's a lot of baking that happens. Just too much stuff to watch. I cannot stand the adverts on Prime Video. Like, you have so much stuff on YouTube. Exactly. Like, yeah, I definitely don't think, like, I definitely watch YouTube way more than I watch Netflix. Um, yeah, I spent that time making a fruit salad, so way less effort and way less to show for it. But I'm also happy that I finally did that. So that was like 2 sprints ago, I think, because I've been meaning to do so all week, and I finally got around to making it. I only subscribe to Apple TV. I don't have any of the others. Nice. Yeah, I have Prime Video myself, but that's like €3 or something like that per month, I think. And then with Netflix, I have the deal where I'm on my sister's subscription. So at some point they changed that. Like, the person who was like additionally on a household, they could like join the subscription of the other person like officially at like a lower rate, but only if you were like already on their account. So now I still have like a Netflix account of only a few euros as a consequence. So yeah, if it was any more expensive than it currently is, then I'd probably also cancel, because I really don't watch it enough. As soon as the project is done, I will watch Stranger Things from the beginning. I can't wait. Yeah, I'm stuck somewhere in like season 3, I think. So you feel free to let me know when you hit that so that we can maybe talk about it and maybe I can get excited about continuing. Blurb is a great show on Apple TV that I'm watching right now. That reminds me, I have a new weekly episode out today, but now I need to do all my show review, books, and podcasts to start. Okay. Then I watch all of the extras on the Blu-ray discs. Nice. Done. Nice. Cake. There's also cake. I did not read, but almost got Tigger. Oh, on like Disney Dreamlight Valley, I assume you're playing. I only got to season 2 of Stranger Things. They went back to the Upside Down, as I recall. Yeah, I liked season 2, but yeah, season 3. I mean, I think I'm on season 3. I don't even know, but it's not like I was totally bored with it. It's just like at some point I just lost any will to continue on with it, and so I never wanted to put on another episode of Stranger Things. And now it's so long ago, and I'm like, well, I don't even know where I've stopped. I mean, Netflix knows for me, of course, but yeah. Stranger Things is one of the few things I actually have merch for. I love it so much, and I'm so scared of spoilers. Yeah, you haven't watched the new season, then I assume for you to make that comment because I've heard that it's like really horrible. Like I don't get those spoilers, I guess because I'm not really watching it, and as a consequence, none of that content is making its way to me via the algorithm. But like one of my colleagues was saying that they watched it like a day after like the first few episodes or whatever were released, and that they were already having to fight like watching seeing spoilers already had to be like, oh shit, that's a video about Stranger Things, let me like turn my eyes away because I might see something that I'm not supposed to see. While I have been watching the second series of my sci-fi show from the Blu-rays and listening to podcasts, they keep referencing things that are in my future. Okay, these are spoilers because I recall zero. Yeah, yeah, that would like that is basically also kind of what's would have happened if I would have done so for Downton Abbey because I was doing a rewatch of Downton Abbey in my mind because I'd only made it until like season 2 or so. I think I'm in season 4 or so, but my speed has gone way down. But I'm still recognizing some stuff. So I'm like, oh, wait, I actually made it here. And the fact that I'm slowing so much down now makes me wonder if we're kind of getting to the point where I gave up originally and that this is just going to repeat itself. But I would not know because I absolutely have zero idea about where I stopped. I just know that there's one actor who's going to join at some point, who I like and who I've not seen on Downton Abbey. So the moment that he joins, I'll for sure know that I am like further along than I was when I watched it originally. Fighting off the algorithm. No, my sci-fi show is rather old, so it's in that gray zone of spoilers for crusty old shows. Which means I just loop back to my earlier comments that got banned by YouTube, where the YouTube boy was pondering spoiler-free reviews of rather old SF books. Yeah, I guess that is kind of like difficult to some extent. Where, I mean, I think I would still kind of mention it, but it depends, of course, because when we're talking about like the Lord of the Rings, for example, that's seen as such sort of like commonplace cultural heritage, let's say it, that I guess there we kind of often reference stuff that is probably quite spoilery. But when it would come to like, I don't know, if I were to talk about the Empire trilogy by Maggie Furry, right? I always no Jenny Words. I always say Raymond Defies first, which is why I was now confused. Then I would like never consider that I can talk about this as if everybody knows, because like not everybody will have read it. So I don't, of course, the level of fame we're talking about when it comes to this old SF book. Fatal attack. Exactly. Yeah, so we're not sprinting anymore, so I'm gonna remove that. Yes. My brain is not wired for spoiler reviews. I don't get them unless I'm looking for confirmation of my views, perhaps. You mean you don't get spoiler reviews? That's nice. Uh, I actually can watch spoiler reviews because I have such a horrible memory that I won't remember them by the time that I get around to the book. I've actually watched like Kitty's entire spoilers for the Bone Witch series, and I'm like, yeah, sure. By the time I ever read this series, I'm sure that I will have forgotten. Actually, I've already forgotten at this point in time. And because I haven't read it, I also feel like I just have like my brain has no context to hang on to when it comes to spoilers. That I'm just like, okay. Though I did turn it off when the spoiler was coming for Their Eyes Were Watching God. So maybe I'm just saying bullshit now because I was also working while watching the Bone Witch video. So perhaps I just wasn't taking it all in. Meow. Exactly. Get off that evil stream. Now. Yes, I think this is the give me catnip now. Drugs. I don't really see the point of spoiler reviews, so I don't watch them. If I haven't read the book, I don't want spoilers. If I have read the book, I don't bother with reviews. Too much stuff to watch. I like doing spoiler reviews because I like being able to talk about certain aspects of the book, certain parts about my opinion about a book or my experience with the book are very much dependent on being able to talk about spoilers. For example, the strength of the view. It's so difficult to talk about this book if you cannot give any spoilers, because there you cannot even not give spoilers for the like what happens towards the latter half of the book. You can give no spoilers because the entirety of the book is a spoiler for the ending of book one. So it's like, well, yeah, let me talk about this in the vaguest of terms. And so then it's nice to be able to do like a spoiler review that I was intending to do and probably will not do now because I'll already be kind of vague about certain things. Because then you can like really go into those things. Not every book, like I'm not tempted to go into spoilers about every book that I read, for example. Like, sure, I would love to talk about the reason why I find the ending of like Mistletoe and Mayhem in the little shopping mall to be ridiculous, but not to that extent that I actually have to do a review about it in a spoiler filled way. But for certain books, definitely, especially if they have like this giant plot twist towards the ending, or if there's like thematically speaking something super interesting to talk about that you cannot talk about because of the like an evolution that happens later on in the book. Yeah, those Their Eyes Were Watching God spoilers are so shocking you will not forget. I mean, I wouldn't like don't tempt my brain. It can definitely remember whatever. But I don't know, for some reason I had like a feeling that that might linger a little bit longer in my brain compared to like some spoilers for like a 3-book series, for which, like there's so many intricacies of like the world and stuff like that that I haven't really like grasp because I don't really have the context of having read the book. So I was like, yeah, I'll probably be less able to forget Their Eyes Were Watching God versus The Bone Witch. Lots of people are talking about book one, The Will of the Many. Just talking about a thing is more than I want to know and now cannot unlearn. I don't even read the blurb on the back of the book. I would have heard enough to know I was curious to pick up a book, but by the time I get to it, I have long forgotten. Ending plot twist, stick mind. Yeah, like I read the blurb, but I do forget it by the time that I pick it up. And actually, I don't think I really mind like knowing the blurb before going into the book, but I do prefer that if I've forgotten the blurb by the time that I'm actually picking it up, I do like prefer to leave it like that and just to go in with like no frame of reference or anything like that. But yes, the plot twists towards the end can absolutely disappear from my mind, and the plot twist for The Will of the Many actually completely removed itself from my brain until I reread it, and then I was like, right, another sign of the fact that my brain just cannot retain endings. Um, and that can happen with a lot of books. Like, I cannot think of any examples, nor would I give any example if I actually could remember. But there have been a few times where I've like reread a first book, and then at the end it turns out that like a major character dies, and I'm like, oh, I didn't remember. I haven't read it and I cannot forget. Yeah, I mean, I understand why you would not forget if you were to find out about this, because it is a really cool plot twist. But yes, my brain can forget everything clearly, which is both a curse, but it's also a blessing because it means that I get to re-experience books as if I've never read them before, clearly, and also that I can kind of like forget about other people, what other people have potentially spoiled about something, and yeah, get away with it. But I do feel like that is also part of like the visual thing with reading and stuff like that, because visually speaking, I do not forget plot twists in movies as quickly as I forget them in books. In my Tallybox show that I just watched, there were a couple of characters that I expected to die, but they did not. So I'm puzzled. I expected them to die because it's well known, being an old Tallybox show, that they were not contracted for any further series. Or maybe they do, like, because we're now talking spoilers, I am not going to say which series does this, but there is a series that like has a character like killed off between two seasons, without showing the character again, like in that next season. So that's how they solved that particular issue. So maybe like the next season is going to start with them, like, I don't know, having taken a mission somewhere else to another space station, which is like such cheap writing that can occur in these situations. But yeah, maybe it just happens later, or you're really sure that it's like at this moment that they were supposed to disappear from the show. But so, I was getting quite tired within that sprint, and I also feel like my voice is about to give. So, we are going to be rounding things off for this week. So, yeah, see you guys over on Discord for some further chats and discussions and stuff like that. And then next week, Friday, we will do the same. We will have another live show, and then the final one will be on the 26th. And then I still need to schedule in a live show for the results for this month's readathon. But so, yeah, good luck with the rest of your reading for the month, and check in with you guys over on Discord. But so, yeah, thank you guys for being here, and see you guys later.